Okay, welcome back. Today, I'm going to be working on... It's been a while since I've done anything with my terrain editor, so I want to do something with that. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to simplify the... Because at the ends of arrows, you're getting too dang complicated. So what I want to do is I want to focus on some of the technological underpinnings of it, because there's basically two modes of the game. One is in the dungeons, doing room by room stuff. The other is in this big open world. And I want to have a very easy terrain editor. And so what I'm going to do is right now I'm actually going to remove the... I had a height map thing here. I'm just not going to bother with that right now because too much work. So yeah, we're going to not even have things like these. So I'm going to... Or basically it's too slow. So what I'm going to do instead is this is just going to save directly to an image, and then a height map can just read from that image at some other point. I'll just have this as basically, like, I think a standalone thing. I still really want to figure out, like, the workflow that I want for, like, being able to quickly edit the terrain. So, like, why did I design... Hang on. Just make this thing, like, 40,000 then. Like, am I stupid? Okay, now this is recomputed. And you can see it works pretty quickly. And it should, if we basically, like, apply changes here, it shouldn't take too long because it just saves it. It just saves the files. In fact, I'm going to rename that to just, like, save files. And let's call this apply, and then I'm actually going to have it be like this. Or let's say save changes. And then we're going to have this be save. So yeah, this just gets our data here. And do we need... I don't think we even need to get these height maps anymore, do we? I guess for now we can. And yeah, eventually there'll also be a... I guess I should figure out if I can get an image texture to just, like... If I can get a height map collider to just read this texture. Because we don't really need to duplicate it otherwise. But yeah, so this was my magical thing. Of being able to, like, non-destructively edit terrain. And so I think what I want today is probably the ability to paint things onto the terrain. Actually, does scaling work? Oh yeah, scaling does some weird, like, reverse thing. With the y-axis, at least. And also, I want to figure out that black blinking. So I think... I'm actually very curious as to why it blinks like this, because it seems like like the height is being preserved correctly, it seems. So, like, why would it be black? Is it because the normal maps aren't correct? Like, if I remove the normal map from the rendering entirely. Let's go to, like, the shader, I think. So yeah, if we just removed the normals here. No. Yeah, you can... Yeah, it's definitely still black. Yeah, so we'll keep that there. I suppose it's a minor inconvenience. Yeah, thank you. I'm quite happy with it, because I was thinking of, like, something like Photoshop, where, like, you just have layers, but then the solution I stumbled into is honestly kind of better, because it uses Godot's baked-in things. Hang on, we need to open... What am I looking for? Where is this? Probably under 14. There. Okay. So, yeah, we do need some way of, like, getting a collider properly. Oh, and also we need some way of, like, getting the colliders to detect their maximum height. That could be annoying. Because, yeah, right now, the terrain is chunked into these little itty-bitty squares. And you can see that the, they don't cull entirely correctly. Because, yeah, ideally we'd have the ability to, like, put a bounding box on each of these meshes appropriately. In fact, I'm curious how many meshes we have. I'm not sure why they're gone. It is also very cool how we can, like, just, like, do this to the terrain, because it's all shader magic. But okay. Something I want to figure out as well is how do we do better normal maps? I think maybe we need to do diagonal sampling as well, because right now, all the normals are calculated by just, like, getting I think of, like, 5 pixels or something. So let's get, oh yeah, we're gonna need to, like... There we go. Yeah, I think we can afford to do a full, like, 9 samples. Oh, wait, wrong thing. Yeah, calculate normal vectors from image. I'm just going to steal somebody's algorithm. Or let's say, normal vectors from height map. Because, yeah, I think what I can do is... Yeah, right now what we do is we just have this X and this Y here. I think if I just have float next up 2, 1, 1. If we just double our number of samples here. Oh, I see. Then we need to do, like, next down. Previous up. And this will be negative. And these will... So basically what I'm doing here is exactly what I'm doing here. Okay, so now I need to figure out what exactly I'm calculating here. Because it was pretty simple with these coordinates, because basically what I'm doing is... Let's make a little grid of pixels. Before, what I was doing was... I was getting this pixel here, and then I was getting these 4 around it. So we can basically assume... Well, actually, why weren't we doing things with ourself here? Because basically, we want to kind of... Yeah, I'm realizing now, I did this in sort of a strange way because... Let's say we have 3 points. I was getting this, and this is where the normal is. Well, actually, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, because you wouldn't want this. Well, I think what you'd want, actually, is you'd want the average of these two. I think maybe that's exactly what you want. You'd want to get this current point, like the height here, and then you want to average out the differences in all of these other directions. So yeah, your like x normal would be the average of these two differences, and probably also you'd have to get like the components of all of these ones as well. I think what I can do, actually, I'm going to comment this out. I don't think we need that yet, because we're going to get like float here equals at coordinates. And then, yeah, instead of doing all this stuff where we have previous minus next that, we're going to do, this should be previous minus here, and then down minus here, plus vec3 here minus next. Let's just have this as 1.0, actually. And then, down. And technically, this should be the square. This should be like the 1 minus the distance of this component, but I don't care. It'll make the ground point a little upward more than it should, but yeah. And this should be, I think, here minus up. So basically now we're actually getting the difference between both of the positions and we're averaging them out. So that might just make it look a little nicer. So if we just like, I don't know, move a mountain again. Did that change anything? Does it seem any different? It doesn't seem, it seems more pixelated, I think. Because, yeah, you can see these weird little squares. Those are the normals being all weird, I think. Oh, and also we can see the terrain. Ooh. Yeah, because the culling on the terrain is still really weird. So it's even weirder with the shadows. I mean, it's good to know it's trying to cull objects that are not visible in shadow, but okay. Actually, how on earth would I figure out how to do that? I think what I should do is actually just make it so that the meshes always have, so AABB. This is gonna be, yeah, this feels right. I guess maybe we have to do like 2 or something. I think what it is, oh wait, no. This should be basically the maximum height. I don't care. Yeah, there are some core issues with this. But we'll deal with that when we get to it. Because yeah, right now, I want to figure out... It might just be because the ground is so bulbous and like kind of irregularly shaped. Because this is a pretty like low resolution... And maybe now we bring in the actual like other normals. So now we bring in these, and we're going to do basically exactly the same thing, except with also the next up, next down, etc. So I'm seeing here basically the x normal is positive when we are basically going from... Let's just say this is like 0 and this is positive. And so that means plus x plus y. I don't actually know anything about the UV, or I don't know, it doesn't really matter. We can just assume this is true for any rotation. Or for some rotation at some point. And so that means that the x-axis, let's see, previous minus here. So that means that if we go higher from this point to this point, the x-axis is positive. Yes, okay. And so that means that we should have this here as well, which... Okay, yeah. I should double check that this math is correct while I'm here. And then here, I've confused myself basically because I've said down. Well, I guess it's fine. Let's make this a bit darker so I can see it. But here, basically, it goes up when we are going from here to here. Ooh. You know, it's actually quite hard to depict something going down and that the terrain is going up when the value goes down. I think I know how to do it. No, I don't know how to do it because it's the exact opposite of what I've conveyed here. Okay. I've actually bungled it. We still go this way. Okay. So that basically means what for us? Because yeah, I think the reason that it looks so square is because we're just sampling, you know, these immediate neighbors. So obviously the normals are going to be very similar for these areas where, like, you know, we have like something that's kind of flat and then it goes down. Okay, let's look up a normal map thing. Okay, I think I looked at this exact thing when I was doing this because this is exactly the same math that we have. Left minus right, 2, up minus down, and that works like that. So, yeah, my main goal is basically the ability to, like, move pieces of the terrain as these, like, stamps. So that way we can, like, non-destructively alter the terrain shape. And right now my main conundrum is figuring out how to make the normals look nice. Because I don't know if it's the height maps because they're 256, or they're only 8-bit images. Or if it's, something else. I wonder if there's an image editor that actually works with 16-bit, like, stamps. Or if what I should do is I should, like, start working on the, like, painting side of this. And that'll be quite difficult because, basically, I can't actually query the... Well, I think I could get the depth at one point. I think I can get the screen texture. Yeah, because it might be because they're low res. So I can also try... I'm going to try scaling it down to see if it's maybe just the resolution is too high. Or too low or whatever it is. And also, confusingly, you have to scale up the y-axis to get them to, like... Okay, so they do get less noisy when we scale them down. Like, we have less of the artifacting, basically, of... I think this, like, quasi-pixelation here is because this is a very low-resolution image. So what if I just make a big orb? The interesting thing is it's actually very difficult to perceive. So yeah, eventually I need to start making height map editing tools that I can create stamps with and then like copy and paste those stamps around. Actually, how would I do that? That wouldn't be too bad, I don't think. But yeah, let's make a 2048 by 2048 thing. And we're just going to do black. Yeah, I think it's in part low resolution, so it's like maybe not even doing bilinear sampling or something like that. Yeah, and also the fact that, yeah, there's precision limitations, all that stuff. Can I wonder if this is actually centered. Yeah, an important thing with this, hang on, we need big paint. We need no red, because red alters the actual height of the height map. And there's a pretty, I've stumbled into a pretty interesting, like, technique for editing these height maps. Oh yeah, you'll see this in Kitty Found a Camera, that'll be fun. But we need to go back to the terrain. And this will actually be a cone shape. I found out the radial gradients in Krita are very linear. What am I looking for? Where the heck is it? Isn't it? Oh, it's at 30. There we go. Sample maps? Yeah. Let's say cone 2048. Low-res source with smooth sampling. It should be that artifact, except the artifactiness of the underlying terrain mesh resolution. Oh yeah, shouldn't be. Okay. That makes sense. I'm going to make this have the cone. Yeah, I'm going to see if this is a... Oh, wait, we have to make this an image. Yeah, there's some weirdness with how I set this up. I might want to change that as well. There we go. Okay. So let's see this in action. If I did... I'm not really seeing... Oh, I see. Hang on. Completely undo the scaling there. So yeah, my opacity is pretty funky. Okay. So we are seeing some pixelation. I think it's sampling at nearest, maybe? Or it's doing something weird. Let's check how my samplers actually work. Is it because I'm using... No, that should be fine. Using an image 2D for the height. Because that, we need to get the exact pixel. Okay, close that. We don't need that. I think... Okay, we are I did switch back to sampler 2Ds. I'm gonna see if compute shader... Maybe there's different options. Or maybe... Oh wait, do I have to... I forget how you actually have to bind these samplers. So there's a terrain renderer. Somewhere in here, we bind a sampler. Okay, we do use sampler linear. What does nearest look like here? So if I move this again, it should reactivate that. I think it looks a little worse. So if we try this again... Okay. So nearest does improve things. I think it is low precision on this, and also the fact that, like, this will probably behave better if I scale it down. Can I scale this uniformly? Why is it not uniform? Yeah, why is it, like... And why is it linked now? What if we did 0.5 by 0.5? 0.25 by 0.25. No, it's still quite... Yeah, it's still quite grainy. I don't know what I'm doing differently with the sampling to make this not work. And also, I do think I know how to improve the flickering. I remember now, I was about to fix... Basically, there were issues with... Or basically, I'm recreating the whole GPU pipeline, I'm pretty sure every frame, where what I should be doing is I should be keeping these uniforms and then only recomputing them when they actually change, which is not most of the time. So yeah, we can see... Ugh. Yeah, I'm suspecting it's something to do with the resolution of the image itself, because it seems like it's not actually the X and Y. So if we put this back to 1, or the X and like Z, it does seem to be mostly a matter of the height. And that would make sense because it is only 8-bit. I think I just use... Actually, that's a good question. Okay, I use the normal texture. But... Oh, wait, no, okay. Here we're using the output image because we're actually getting... We have we have the exact pixel coordinate. So this is our output. We get the specific coordinate, but here we use the source sampler because we transform the source texture. That's basically like this stamp. Is there anything we do that's weird here? It could be actually something to do with our inverse transform, maybe? Also, I had a hell of a time trying to figure out how to actually send a transform over here. It was quite a nightmare. Because like a 4x3 matrix apparently has to have padding in like very specific locations, and I don't know how to do it. But that's neither here nor there. Yeah, I think I kind of want to experiment with, Well, yeah, I really should fix these normals. Look at this. Look at how bad this looks. Okay, let's figure out if I can make a higher resolution texture here. So if we change the color space... Ooh, how do we... Krita change image color space. Or no, not color space. Krita high depth image. Or no, bit depth. So the amount of working memory per pixel. Yeah, because I need... Yeah, 16-bit float, I think. But how do we configure this? How do I configure this? Bilinear sampling that would be fixed with bicubic. That makes sense. I think it's somewhere deep in the settings, and I have to like configure it for the entire like application. Because I remember I was accidentally saving files. Actually, if I just create a new file here. Oh, okay. Here's where we do it. I'm going to do 32-bit float. And I'm just going to keep this at sRGB, maybe? I'll keep that at default. Okay. So we're going to delete that again. Actually, have this here so I can actually like see where I'm looking. There we go. And now we have core. And this should be a 32-bit float. And hopefully it has less banding, though I'm seeing banding still, which is an issue. Because you would think at 32-bit float, it'd be very difficult to do. Or it'd be very difficult to like have that. Very interesting. Okay. Okay, so it does seem like the bilinear definitely has, or definitely is doing that. Just fully doing SIMD. Okay. Oh wait, hang on. That was not the link to the thing. ISPC. Yeah, so I think since we're doing... This will be useful to look at. I'll have to figure out how to translate this to shaders. Oh, actually, now I'm curious if I should run the bicubic interpolation on... Oh, okay. Actually, that'd be... Yeah, if there's just a built-in way... Huh? Okay, nice. I'll just kind of steal this code, probably. But okay, let's see what it actually does. So... yeah. This will be reasonable to have. Yeah, and that'll look substantially better. But okay, so sampler 2D, so we basically get our texture coordinates. Oh, okay, we can get the texture size. And then we sample like the middle of the pixel, basically. And yeah, since this doesn't need to, or since this is just semi-interactive, yeah, I'm just going to steal this. And I'm also going to cite this, so from that, in turn from this. And then I'm just going to put this texture by cubic there and see if that improves the normals. Oh, wait, let's see. I might have not... Duplicate a null value. Wait, what? Huh? Terrain element. Okay. Oh, unexpected sampler. Right paren. Okay. Oh, I see. Because sampler is a word that we... Yeah, because sampler is a keyword. Let's say stamp. Yeah, because compute shaders are ever so slightly different. Okay, does that change... Oh, wait, I think I have to reload the scene, actually. What's happening here? Compute source code. Interesting. Check errors in source bytecode. Failed parse. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, so I never actually tested this because I forgot that it doesn't like hot reload shaders. Or I guess it doesn't because I don't have that set up because it runs it at like ready. This should be correct actually. Hang on. Hang on. Why is this? What's causing an issue here? Constructor. Not enough data provided for constructor at line 28. No, that's correct. Oh, but this one's not correct because I didn't actually complete the shader. Okay. So now if we move this... Wait, but then how was I testing the nearest? Because I swear that that was actually doing something. Okay, well... Oh yeah, we also have to save our files. Because otherwise the shader won't update. Okay. So if we go back to image mix... If we just do texture here... So that'll be a linear sample. And then I think we just reload this, and we can move this cone. Wait, which one do I want to move? Yeah, I guess this is the one that I want to move. Okay, that does look better. I think we are hitting resolution issues now. Okay, and this one's a red, blue, green alpha 8. Which doesn't seem accurate anymore, because this should be not RGBA 8. So embed sRGB, store alpha. Maybe we don't store the alpha? Because... Oh, maybe I just didn't... Oh, maybe I just didn't export this. Okay, so does this image... That isn't correct. Yeah, how do we export a high-resolution or high-depth Frida export floating point image? I guess maybe I can export as an EXR? So what if, yeah, what if I put this This is cone. And we drop that in there instead. Can this be an image? Okay, so if we go back to the cone, if we put the EXR in here, there we go. Okay, so it was a bit depth issue. That's substantially better. We are still getting little artifacts here, but I wonder, oh, interesting. If we rotate it, those artifacts seem to be part of the image, not the sampling on the grid, because if we rotate, the sampling artifacts follow the actual contours of the original image, not the grid. Okay. So now we got a few things. We got the bicubic filtering, and we got a format that we can use for these high resolution, high precision files, and that gives us a lot more smoothness. Make the gradient at a lower image size and let sampling do the work. That'd be, yeah, smart. Because now I think we can, let's try going down to 256. So like a 64x reduction. I'm going to call this cone 256. Yeah, because I suspect now... Oh wait, and this also needs to be as an image. Admittedly, one of my problems with these is that I can't replace low resolution images without changing the scale, but actually I can just change this to 8 by 8. And this should be exactly the same resolution. And yeah, that actually looks better. Yeah, so I think it is. Now that we can save in 32-bit float, actually, does it even matter if it's 32-bit float now? Like, hang on, what if I just save this as a PNG? Oh, wait, no. Save this as 256 PNG. And this will also be an image, which I'm realizing I don't think they need to be images anymore because I changed how I was sampling these. So I think it just turned... Okay. We definitely do need the 32-bit floats. Interesting. So low resolution but high bit depth. And that gets us nice smooth hills and things. And then we can like embed these into our things like this. What happens if I... Isn't there some difference between these? Yeah, there's a subtle difference. When you like... Oh, okay, yeah. Basically, these physically are on top of one another. Why did I do it like that? Yeah, just get the elements. Like, because Godot already establishes that, like, it goes from top to bottom for ordering the logic here. So now this is underneath all of these, and then we can move this to here, and it'll take much more of a precedence. So we can subtly change our behavior. Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, because basically the bit depth is probably banding so much that it's like, you know, there's at least one full or like 2 full pixels of a flat surface would completely mess it up. That makes sense. And we'd probably just want to have the high resolution, and then we can do the like blur, or like a blur in the image editor, if I make stamps that way. So I think now what I want to do... So yeah, that improves the normals quite a bit, basically. Oh wait, but now we don't have the... Wait, why isn't this... Wait, why isn't this lined up? What? This doesn't make any sense. Is there just a... I think there's just a, like, mesh that's higher than another one. Hang on. Let's move these apart. Is there just a mountain that's, like, cut in half or something? Oh, it's this. Okay. It's basically this image. The stamp that I'm using has a little bit of, like, I think right here, it bleeds off the edge. Okay, that makes sense. So it's just a hard border of the actual object. Well, it's good to know that we actually still have hard borders still. Oh, wait, but that's because basically, Exactly. That's a feature. This way I can make trenches if I want. Okay, let's get this in here. And yeah, we can save the files there. Oh wait, no. We probably need to, like, go into here. 14, and then, what, 30? Okay. Alright, we don't need all of our EXRs. Yeah. Don't need those. And we should also have, hang on, git ignore here. Should have star dot array tilde. And probably, actually probably just star tilde. Anything that ends in a tilde. And then probably star dot autosave. I think that's how that's specified. Yeah, we don't need that. Okay. So yeah, better normals, bicubic sampling, figured out EXRs. Ooh, yeah. Dithered gradients would be quite interesting here. But yeah, I think my next step is I'm going to try to fix the flickering. So I believe I didn't set up my creating the uniform. So basically, when the height map does things, let's see, recompute height map. So add meshes. Update materials for X and mesh count. I think each of our terrain elements needs a few things. We need this signal for position changed. Or, yeah, let's call this like redraw requested. And then we're going to have signal, let's say, redo, or like a shader, no, texture updated. So this should actually emit both of these. Yeah, that makes sense, actually. Because, yeah, we could also have the dithering not just as, like, a hard dither pattern, but also, like, blue noise or something. So that way, if there's things like banding, we could have, like, a very organic subtlety to it, rather than the hard edges. But okay, so now we need to go back to here, changed. We're not going to have changed here. We're going to have redraw requested. Yeah. Yeah, because this is a good test of like, or basically this is like the worst case scenario, kind of. This perfect cone. Where in reality I'd mostly be doing things that are a lot more similar to like this, where actually now this looks pretty... Actually, I'm surprised how good this is holding up, because this is just a 256-bit, 256 by 256 texture. Now the bicubic sampling is like taking care of those little grids that I was talking about. Or like that pixelation. Yeah, so that bicubic, I think, is really doing a lot of work now. Mm-hmm. So I think, yeah, we have these here. When we add elements and remove elements, actually, we need to have the renderer do something. Okay, because I'm going to see what the renderer actually does, first of all. When we begin, so if size is not equal to output resolution, we create all this stuff. Jobs equals reset. Oh yeah, we clean out all of the things that we have. And yeah, I don't think we actually need to do any of this. No. I know what I need to do. We need to have var elements. This will be in a dictionary of np terrain element to an RID for its actual like created allocated job. And then what we need to have is when we create an element, or like add element np pass, and then var remove element. Basically right now, this height map here, when we recompute the height map... Ooh, wait, hang on. I broke something here. Oh, function. But okay, actually, I need to use the bathroom, so I'll be back in a second. Okay, I'm prepared. I'm ready. So, the big thing that I need to do is when we reset, we can just have this job always created. I'm going to have, so how do we add jobs here? Compute list bind, compute pipeline. Yeah, because I don't think we need to create. Yeah, we don't need to recreate this every time, I don't think. Yeah, we can have like a, How do I create this? Yeah, let's start with just the reset job. Var reset job will be something. And so when we begin, we don't actually need to have this here. We can just have, we can actually have that probably in like a reset job equals reset. And yeah, we're not going to have that there because yeah, this is now going to be for like things that are temporary. Or we can do like a function clear, and this will have like a GPU free RID reset job. Okay, I see. And we don't need to have... Okay, so I think we need... Ooh, where do we actually add a job? Because I think we can create a bunch of stuff. Okay, I think this compute list dispatch is what we don't need right now. Yes. Compute list end finishes a list of compute commands created with the compute methods. Okay. Wait, where them? Okay. So I'm going to have a new thing, create job, and that should return it actually needs to return more than the pipeline. It needs to return our compute list. And then let's have an RID for the pipeline. Okay. Oh, but we have, compute list bind uniform set. Compute list set push content constant. Compute list dispatch. Multiple compute lists cannot be created at the same time. You must finish the previous compute list first using compute list end. Okay, so we can't do quite what I'm thinking of doing. I think there is some stuff that I can do here, but I'm going to remove that stuff for now. Okay, let's re-walk through. I should probably remember what I actually did here. But okay, basically when we add an element, we have this redraw request. So this happens basically anytime we move. So let's make sure that I didn't break anything yet. So if we move this, I did break something. Oh, probably because I haven't reloaded the scene since I renamed the signals. Okay, now if we move, okay, we're back to where we were, where we have this cone. And we can see here that basically the green functions as like the opacity, and then the red is the height difference. And a lot of the time I like just having the green stamp, so that way I can push this in and it's actually a bowl. And then I can push it out to make a, like a mountain. And the same with these. These can be mountains or valleys, depending on their height. And that makes it very easy to work with them. And then we can like rotate, and rotation does interesting things to it. You can see it kind of breaks them, but it does work at low angles to do some fun stuff. And change up the height map a little bit, make it a bit more interesting. I like that. Okay. That's fine for now. Yeah. But okay, when we recompute, what are some things that we don't need to do? So I think this is required because, yeah, we need to submit our job to reset the texture. Maybe we only need one compute list, though, but I'll ignore that. But okay, then we get our elements. And we actually don't need this anymore. We can just get it directly. So if it has a raw image, we then render the element. So we just add another job here. So yeah, we get our inverse matrix of the element. That makes sense. I think 2-byte array. Oh, okay. That's because that's just the matrix itself. And then we get min height, max height. Get the size of the image. Image size X, image size Y. I wonder if I can have this buffer. Yeah, I don't think we need to create these buffer uniforms every time. Or these... Wait, where do we... Uniform set create image shader. Add job. Sampler uniform? Okay. I think I can get... Yeah, I think here where we get this image, we don't need that. Yeah, I think the big thing will be we can get images to be constant. In fact, I'm just going to have that as like a var image cache will be a dictionary of image to RID. And what we can do instead is when we create our sampler uniform here, if image in cache, we're going to have... Ooh, we need to have, I think, actually, the texture and the sampler here. I think I'd be fine with that. So what do we do with this data here? Texture equals GPU texture create, format that data. Yeah, because we always do this the same way. So I'm going to call this the sampler cache. And we're going to have a class sampler, or like cached sampler. And that's just going to have var sampler, RID, var texture, RID, cached sampler. And we could actually have a static function create with image and the, let's say, GPU rendering device. And this returns a cached sampler. Okay. Because what I'm going to do now is return, or let's say var s equals, no, we need var sampler, cached sampler. Otherwise, sampler equals create image GPU, and then also sampler cache image equals sampler. And then all of this here, we don't need any of this, because now what we're going to do is sampler dot sampler, sampler dot texture. Okay, and hopefully when we create the sampler uniform, we don't actually, like, append these RIDs to the whole thing. Oh, we do. Okay, so what we're going to return now is we're just going to return pipeline. Because we don't need this. Because basically, the RIDs that we're returning here are RIDs that will be freed when the job is done. And we only need to free the actual, like, job list right now. I mean, I think we could still theoretically reuse more components, I think. Maybe not, though, because now we're doing a lot of things with basically just, like, setting the uniforms for, like, the inverse matrix, the image size, stuff like that. Okay, and we actually do need... So we're going to remove this for now. Because, yeah, I think... Oh, shit, but I forgot to actually get that creation. So all of this here needs to be... Yeah, I should have done that first. Okay, basically... Get all this in here. Format with. There we go. Sampler state. So this is going to be sampler e. Or no. C dot that. C dot texture equals that. Okay. So now we create that, and then we come back into here. And then that means we do sampler.texture, sampler.sampler. And then actually function exit tree. What we should do is, oh, we have a thing here already. When we clear buffers, oh, right. We don't have a cache anyway. For S in cached samplers, or sampler cache. GPU free RD. Okay, cs.texture and GPU free RD cs.sampler. Okay, there we are. And actually, we should probably have that in here. Okay, and then we should also do sampler cache dot clear. So we have no more sampler cache. Okay. And then we don't need this right now. And then where else did I need to change things? Right. It was when we do sampler uniform. Basically, as I said, we no longer have this. We just have this here. Because we don't need those uniforms. Okay. Oh wait, we don't need to do that. Okay, close that. That should be fine. Might crash. Oh yeah, it's gonna crash because I did something or other. But actually, why would it crash? Because there shouldn't have been anything in the sampled, the sampler cache. Oh well, we'll see if that works now. So this should hopefully mean... I mean, it didn't really fix the flickering, but I do think it's running faster. I mean, it could be running worse. Okay. So yeah, that didn't fix our flicker. I'm wondering what else can I do? Actually, isn't there somewhere where I... Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. We can only do... Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to fucking sync in the mainframe. Or actually, let's do sync... sync.call deferred. And we're just going to have a function called sync. So we're basically just going to always have this run next frame. Oh, yeah, look at that. Smooth. Smooth as a baby. Yeah, the only downside is that the texture is not quite there yet. But it's weird because it's only, like, part of the texture. Like, it feels like... I just don't understand what it is, actually. Because we can see that we can actually see all of the texture, depending on the angle. I think it's some sort of weird synchronization because I'm sending this buffer to the GPU. Or basically I'm reusing this render target for this whole thing. Huh. But I'm sending the whole thing. Maybe there's some fancy smancy way of like, it can detect when textures are changing and only send the changed pixels to the other rendering device, but it's the same physical device. Ah, well. Yeah, now it's more like just a weird little artifacting, rather than feeling like flickering, just because now we're just running it at full frame rate, basically. Hi, I'm doing well. I'm making a terrain editor. In fact, what if we don't even have this deferred? We just have that there. And then we just synchronize this whole thing. Yeah, that feels like perfectly fine. Because yeah, really the big limitation when I was first making this was exporting the data to the height map collider, because that's all CPU, where this is all GPU. And that makes life way easier. I feel like my next step should probably be to make it so that... Actually, how big can I make... Oh, it's already 4096 by 4096. How do I make this physically larger? Can I do that by just having... a physical scale in here. So like, export var, oh wait, no, we don't need that here, I don't think, because now this height map is just for our thing. Because yeah, 4096 by 4096 is my like target for the terrain in the game, but I'll scale it up 2 by 2, so that way I have like 8 kilometers by 8 kilometers of terrain to work with. That'll be plenty. And right now the game is like, each square of land is like 10 by 10 meters, so we don't need to deal with that. See, I guess I'm fine with this. Oh, it's weird. Look at that. Like, yeah, very, very strange. I think it's... Oh, I think it's because it's specific meshes. That's why it's the squares. So I think some squares just aren't getting their assets on time. Okay, yeah. And you can see... Okay. When they're black, I believe it's like the texture is outdated. Or something like that. And you can see sometimes when I mix it in, random meshes like go deactivated. Okay, well, I'll say that it runs faster. Runs faster, so yeah. Flickering isn't fixed, but whatever. It looks okay. I could deal with a lot worse. Alright, so now what I want... I think maybe it's time to start making a paint tool? Or I think maybe, first of all, I could figure out how to save multiple height map colliders. Because I think it's going to be too much. Actually, wait, I'm really thinking now of like what are important things? What are things that I need? I need caves. That'll be important. And caves are going to be holes in the terrain. And I think the way that I'm going to do that is we're just going to have the terrain here, or the shader. I think we should also have a height map with hole. Let's have this be like a rendering shader. Have you ever gotten stuck on some code or problem? Yeah, I get stuck pretty often. It often helps to, like, step away from a problem for a little bit, and then the answer, like, comes to me a lot of the time. So yeah, that is going to be our height map. And we're also going to change this into a, did that work? I don't think that worked. Open this file manager. Okay, I guess I just didn't create it. Okay, just create a new resource then. Shader include. Okay, so what this one's gonna do is it's gonna do all of our stuff here. Ooh, how do we figure this out? Oh, I think all of this is correct. Okay, so we can have this. So we're gonna just do include G or there we are. Oh wait, what? Oh, I see. And here we're going to include that. Okay. Oh, wait. I guess we have all of these, and then we do this here. There we go. Okay. Yeah, it's hardest early on, I think. Yeah, as you get more comfortable with programming concepts. Okay, so here for now. Oh yeah, I should probably explain what I'm actually doing. I'm going to be making a hole in the terrain. And the way that that's going to work is it's just going to do... We're going to have 4 results, or 3 results. So we have our output resolution. We're going to have a result hole map. And then what we can do is I'm going to duplicate one of these, probably this one. Well, actually, it doesn't even need to have... I'm trying to think, what exactly do we need here? And also, the output better be excluded from... Oh, the output should be excluded from gitignore. Oh wait, RM cache, is that it? Okay. And hopefully that didn't break that good. It didn't. So let's say preparing to render holes. And yeah, holes will basically just be let's have a height map. So here for now, yeah, that's fine. We'll just duplicate this as height map holes. And this is just going to have an extra thing here. Uniform sampler 2D holes. And then basically if texture holes.r is greater than 0.2, discard. Oh wait, and then we need to have how the heck do we do this? Vertex.xz plus size divided by 2. Oh wait. Let's just have a varying vec3 or vec2 terrain UV. Because eventually we'll also need this for sampling other textures, including potentially at the other level or something. Invalid argument equal. Oh. Oh, right, because it's an IVEC. Okay. Because this is actually going to need to be divided by something else. I've forgotten what it would be, though. I guess we would do a texel fetch? No, what would we do, actually? Vertex.xz plus size divided by 2. Let's actually undo all that stuff, because we actually do want a vector 2 that's from 0 to 1 without all of this complicated stuff with the other stuff here. Because, yeah, we're not going to do texel fetch. Well, no. If we could discard vertices... Actually, can we discard vertices? Or is there something equivalent? Okay, we could use... I don't think Godot has, like, geometry shaders, and I think that would be probably too complicated. Oh wait, no, aren't geometry shaders, like, bad anyway? Like, we realize that they're really slow. And so now the new hotness is mesh shaders. Maybe it's just compute shaders, but... whatever. You know what? That makes sense. Okay. So yeah, what I'm going to actually do is just have like a... I'm just going to have this be called, like, terrain UV, and then terrain UV equals texture size. Or let's say UV divided by texture size height map. Oh wait, hang on. No, that seems correct. Invalid arguments for built-in function. Height maps texture size. Oh, is it because it has like a... Hang on. GLSL texture size. Like a mipmap level required? Yeah, okay. We need the highest resolution. And then we need vec2 to multiply these two. Which actually we should do beforehand, because otherwise this isn't going to work. Because yeah, if we do the integer division and then convert to float, it'll mess it up. But okay, now what we should have is... this. Okay. And we have terrain UV. And what I'm going to do right now is I'm just going to do... I'm going to cheat it. We're just going to do like 256, 256. See how this looks. Okay. This will be our test holes PNG. Probably in the same folder as the other things. I guess sample maps. Okay. So what that should do is now, if we go to meshes... Oh, right. We need to have... Man, let's do... What do we do, actually? Where do I set the meshes to be rendered at? Add meshes. Material override equals mesh material. Oh, okay. And mesh material... Okay, that's just here. And I'm going to change this right now to holes. And then sample maps, test holes, which should be... there should have been somewhere. Oh. Wait, what did I just do? I see. Wrong thing. Okay, test holes there. Let's see if that works. Okay, so we can put holes in the world this way. And then basically the way that the height map collider works is that you can set nan at any particular float, and that will apply to the height map. And so we can use the height map and the holes to do that for us. How do I want to... I think I'd be fine with actually having it... Yeah, having the holes be entirely separate from the height map logic. And then we just have the holes, like, apply to, like, a... Can we make a 1-bit image, actually? Because, yeah, that'd be good. But I'll figure that out later. But okay, so that should... That will make this run much worse, though. And so the big thing that I want is to figure out what terrain chunks need the hole shader, and then only have this terrain hole shader on those ones. And that will be very difficult. I think what I can do at first, at least, is I'm going to see if I can, like, reuse as much of the logic as possible from our... Oh, wait, I just realized we don't even need most of this stuff anymore. Because for the image mix, we literally just take these, like, extremely simple images. So we'll need, like, our transform logic. So we would need this. Well, we kind of would need, like, everything. But I don't think we have include, so I'll just copy all this stuff. So yeah, actually, we need much simpler here. Yeah. I think that'll be much easier for the time being. Because, yeah, I'm going to figure out how I want to make the holes first. Because, yeah, I think it shouldn't be too bad if I basically just, like, downscale the texture to, like, you know, X by Y, where it's just that where 1 pixel represents an entire mesh by using, like, a max shader. Or mapping, basically, by using the max of the pixels, because I'm going to use 0 for not holes, 1 for there is a hole. And then any pixel that there is a hole, we just go to the corresponding mesh and say that that one has a hole. But yeah, you're right that we don't really need to get that until we actually get all the other stuff. So I'm going to figure out... We got that. So we're going to do size, UVec2 corner. When do we get the buffers? Oh. We literally just have them here. So yeah, we're not going to do... We're actually just going to do image load x plus the other thing here. Image load plus texture source sampler position.xz.r. Yeah, this will be like cut holes.glsl. So yeah, we'll need a different... I think here our output image does not... It certainly doesn't need to be that. It can be like, I don't know, R8? Actually, what layouts do we have here? 2D compute shader layout. Because yeah, we actually only need 1 bit, as I said. R8, R8I. It'll probably just be R8. Or actually, R8I, I think will be our answer here. Fair enough. That'll be fine. Okay. Okay, so then let's make sure that all this stuff makes sense. The starting position of the shader in the destination's pixel space. Okay. And then, oh wait, I need this. I forgot to get this operation here. Okay, so this takes our coordinates and turns them into the actual pixel coordinates or UV coordinates or something or other. Okay. Cut holes. What's the issue here? Compute in shortcode. R8I does not apply to floating point images. Then I don't care. Just do R8. Image store, no matching overload function found. Oh, probably because I've done something wrong here. Yeah, because it's probably we image store output image coordinates. Output image coordinates. And then we should have maybe int. Do we just convert to an integer like that? R8I does not apply to floating point images, but I'm not... to floating point images. Yeah, seems to be as expected. I would use uImage2D. Oh, okay. Okay, so that was the issue. Unsigned, oh, because it's a... Okay, image store, no matching overloaded function found, compilation there. Okay, so that is because this image store... Image store GLSL. And actually, we could just make this a U image by basically having this be R8U. IU? RU8I? Or maybe R8UI? Okay. By trial and error I did that. But okay. So image store. We store image 2D, or no, we have, yeah, image int p gvec for data. Oh, is it always a vector 4? Oh, okay, interesting. Wait. Okay, yeah. So it is always a vector 4. So what if we just did this? Or like uvec4? Okay. Because yeah, we don't need any of the other bits, but it just will quietly discard them, I assume, when we call image store. Okay. So now what I need to do is I need to start making... Let's make just a thing here. It's going to be... I'm going to say... 64 by 64. We don't need much detail with this hole. And here we can just do... I don't know, white. Oh, wait, no. Hang on. Go back to 8-bit integers per channel. Okay. And this will be whole. Okay. And so we can remove for now. Do we have like black? I think what I should do here is I need to have our result whole map there. Let's have our array of Hang on, why do these things... Where did these things get added, actually? Okay, that's fine. I think we have... I think we make this an abstract class, actually. And then we have everything inherit from this. No, I think I can... Basically, I'm going to rename some stuff. I'm going to call these stamps, and then we're going to have holes as an entirely separate thing that has similar signals, but they don't need any of this stuff. And, yeah, well... Yeah, we kind of need all of the logic except for that. So yeah, okay, I see what to do. We're going to have in here folder elements. Gonna make this. Oh, I know. And then we have a new script. This will be a terrain stamp. Class name terrain stamp. And what we'll have here is if is np terrain stamp. We'll have that do its thing. No, that exists. There's going to be np terrain element. And we're going to change the class of all of these to np terrain stamp. Except, actually, this one was not supposed to be that. This one is supposed to be a group still. Okay, there we are. Oh, and this needs to be a tool script. Okay, so these should all be exactly the same as they were. Well, they're supposed to be. Why aren't they the same as they were? Whatever. Okay. So these should be... These are Node 3Ds. I don't know why it's not figuring that out. Well, whatever. We're gonna need max height, min height, raw image. Actually, do we need the raw image anymore? I don't think we do. Because, yeah, we don't read from this anymore, I don't think. And do we need RGF here? Maybe we do. I think we do need... Wait, no. Yeah, I don't think we need that. Because, yeah, now we just use sampler 2Ds. Okay. And now we're going to go to terrain stamp. Signal... whatever. Set this stuff. Texture updated. And actually, we don't even need this anymore because now we have that cache system. But okay, I should probably make sure that this works and that we didn't break it with that, changing it to RF. Because I think that was specifically because I was using the image buffers, or using an image 2D instead of a sampler 2D. And sampler 2D takes care of the, like, conversion to different formats. So I can just, like, load the image directly. And that should actually make it even faster. Height map GD. I don't see any issues here. Terrain renderer. Cannot infer type of image size. Oh yeah, because now it's a terrain stamp. Okay, there we are. And now we don't have raw image? Yeah, now we just have image. And that should, as I said, make this faster because now, before, each one of these was making a unique texture. Okay. So yeah, now it should run faster and we should be able to do... Wait, why can't I move them? Oh yeah, because it still doesn't remember that these are inheriting from a node 3D for some reason. Like, I broke the inheritance here. So I think what I have to do is I have to do like git add dot, yeah, refactor for holes, and then git clean xdf. And then if we come back into here, actually that's going to kind of fuck me over because now we don't have the output files. Because yeah, we still need new folder output. Okay, it's creating stuff over on the other monitor. But okay, now if we go to test, open anyway. Interesting. Interesting. Oh wait, it's because we're... Okay, I was wondering what the heck was happening here. But okay, now we should have output. We were supposed to. Yeah. Oh, I forgot that these have little, like, walls. So what just happened? Why did this not work? Cannot open file output normals.tres. Oh, yeah, okay. So, height map, new image texture, image texture, image texture. Then, can we save these? Okay, output, what the heck is this called then? Let's just say that. Height or normals res. And then holes res. Expected image size 4096 by block, got 0 bytes instead. Image is empty. Well, what we should do then is when we recompute the height map, if the height map, let's see, begin output resolution, if size is not equal to output resolution. I think what I can just do is, result height map dot set image. Okay. Var IH equals new. Actually, how do we create an image? I think we just do output resolution. Oh, interesting. Oh, wait, okay, I see. IH dot set size. Set. Can we not set the width of it? Okay, I see. Thank you. Okay, yeah. X output Y false image dot format R32 RF. Okay, yeah. And then var image normal. Actually, let's have it H image. Okay, var n image equals image dot create false image dot format RGF. Result normal map dot set image H n image. And then we'll have our whole image. False image dot R or image format R8. Result whole map set image whole image. And actually, I think what I should do is probably not do this unless I change the output resolution. Ooh, and that's actually going to be pretty difficult to figure out. I think what I can do is actually just if h image dot size is not equal to output resolution. Or no, result height map. And I think I gotta do something here where an image texture you can't just get the size directly. Oh wait, what? Man, I'm very confused now. Texture 2D should have size, right? Yeah, we have a size there. Vector 2 and Vector 2i. Oh, right, okay. Well, why is this not a vector? 2i. It's a texture. Like, is there a... I guess it's just to make the math easier for this, but okay. If vector 2i result normal map size is not equal to output resolution. We'll do this for both of these or all of these. And then if I whole image size not equal to... There we are. Oh, right. Image dot format R8. There we are. Okay. So now it should be a little bit more there. Okay, but this is still not... Okay, just delete all of these. We need a stamp here. And so that does nothing. There we go. So now that's been applied properly. And this should be... Okay, now this is relatively fast because... Oh, wait, hang on. Oh, I see, because we're not doing that. Because now we need the image. Or we need a stamp. Yeah. And so now that should do something. Index 1 is not a valid texture. Parameter uniform set is null. Why the issue here? Uniforms were never supplied for set 0 at time of drawing, which is required by the pipeline. Okay, let's see. So what's the actual issue here? So if I move this texture, binding 1 is not a valid texture. So that is... probably when we create the sampler uniform. So is that because we needed to have the raw image doing its thing? So if we go into here, is there anywhere where we wouldn't have... So what is this image then? Why do we need this to not be... Let's just go back to terrain stamp. We're going to do var raw image vector. Oh, wait, no. Image. And then function enter tree. Image equals image. And then super dot tree. And then it was something like raw image equals image dot duplicate. And then raw image dot format or set format. How did we change the format on this thing? I thought we could change the format of an image. Okay, I gotta figure out what I did. Hang on. Git status. Git log elements. I should not have moved these. Head tilde 1 dash dash elements terrain stamp. Let's just do terrain elements, actually. Because, yeah, what did we remove from this? Ooh, I think we do this, actually. Okay, there we go. Okay, it's called convert. Duplicate, convert, format, RGF. Oh, we should do this in the correct order. Okay. So there should be... Okay, what is the malfunction here now? Why is this not a valid texture? We got the image here. And actually, I'm going to have this here because we're not going to have a... we're not going to use this for scene editing, or we're not going to run the game in this, I don't think. Because otherwise we'd have a whole bunch of, like, crap here. Had to crack open the window. Okay. So when we add meshes, what if we... I need to debug this. No, I don't need to debug this. I need to figure out what the hell I just did. So if we did, like... Why can't I, like... Oh, there we go. Git diff head tilde 1. Okay, because we have deleted that. We brought that back though. Okay, now we have that do that itself. Okay. So the only thing that I'm seeing different in the renderer is we check if it's a terrain stamp rather than checking if it's a raw image. Oh yeah, my mute buttons send little Windows sounds there. Okay. Terrain UV, so we don't need anything different with the shaders. I feel like... Oh, is it because the texture... Hang on. Is it because this texture isn't correct? No, because these ones are fine, I think. Yeah, what if we actually... Hang on, what if we did delete this? And then we had, like, I'm gonna also have a, like, redraw button here. Export tool button, like, redraw. Redraw... What the hell is it called? Recompute height map. Okay, and then we'll need to close that. Okay. Okay, so it's not an issue with the thing there. What I will do though is stamp or is stamp and e.raw image. Yeah, okay. Oh wait, did I never actually, I'm realizing now. I don't think I ever actually set this back to the raw image. Did I? Yeah. Oh wait, no, that's fine there. Where do we cache the image again? Sampler uniform. Okay. Here is where we needed to have that. So yeah, that's a raw image there. Okay. So now I think what I can do is I can add a stamp again. We can put this back here. Okay, good. Now it's working again. Good, good, good. However, I am seeing... Oh, but that's... Wait, no. Wait, I have no idea why this is working the way that it's working. Hang on, let's get something else then. Because I think these white textures are going to be weird. Oh yeah, because they disable repeat. So if you sample beyond the edges of the texture, it's going to be... Okay, what I need to do is I need to make it so that it samples black. Ooh, that's going to be tricky. Wait, no, it's not. What I can literally do is... Yeah, image mix here. And that also explains why these have... So if we go back to our other test, that explains why this sometimes has these weird legs here, because it's sampling here, but it's taking it from there. Okay. So what I'm going to do basically is... Oh, wait. Oh, I see. These are all indented differently. There we go. Okay, so basically, if text chords dot x less than 0. Wait, actually, can we do comparisons? So, like, if we did glsl vec2 comparison. Okay, but that only does a Boolean vector, and we actually want I know how to do this. If text chords... Hang on, I'm going to also change this to just UV. Okay. If UV.x less than 0, or UV.y less than 0, or UV.x greater than 1.0, or UV.y greater than 1.0, we will then return vec4 0. Okay. So now what that should do is that should slightly adjust this. Wait, what was the GLSL? Wrong operand types, no or that takes left-handed of temp bool. Okay, I see. Wait, are the operator precedents wrong? Is it just, do I have to wrap each one of these in parentheses because the... Oh, wait. I think that was the issue? Wait, was that the actual issue? I don't understand. I don't get it. I'll just see if that was the issue first, because it's kind of annoying to wrap these in parentheses. Okay, that was the issue. And that means that now, this doesn't change at all. Interesting. What does that mean, though? Also, I'm still very curious as to why it turns black instead of, like... Because, like, why would only the changed pixels turn black as well? I just don't get it. But okay, at the very least, we can now, like, fiddle with this thing. Yeah, what I should probably do is just make sure that the edges aren't, Wait, hang on. If we just go back to test, I think it's because the shader didn't reload. Okay, that was the reason. Okay, so now it samples properly. That would make sense. And also, we should probably save these files. Okay. Beautiful, now we got all these things working. And yeah, currently no whole map, which actually we should turn this into, or go back to our material here. This should be our whole map. There we are. And now that I've fixed this again, so if I change this back to image, is that really the issue? If we redraw? Huh. Okay. Data for slice index 0. Let's try this again. Okay. I don't think that data slice thing was the issue, but... Clear that, redraw it. Okay. Uniforms were never supplied for set 0 time of drawing, which was required by the pipeline. Yeah, you know what? Let's just have this do if not engine dot is editor hint recompute height map. So basically I can just debug this here and see what exactly the issue is with our terrain renderer. Because yeah, basically that is right here. Did this work? They should have worked. I guess I'll just put a camera as well. Maybe it needs that for something or other. Why did that tank the frame rate? I guess it's because I'm just seeing another viewport, and that's like... No, I don't get it. Okay. Try again. Why is it not running? This should have been running. Like, I can quite plainly see, if not engine.isEditor hint. So then if we do F10, F11, we go into here. Oh, I see. Well, that's stupid. Why did I do that? Okay. So now we can do that. And that gets us this. So this is now our image. So that is our stamp. So that should then create our texture. Okay, okay, I see. We need to get the actual format. I think I can do that by just doing key image.format. The get format. And then can we get a data format from here? Like, can we get this from the image format? Technology format, frame buffer format, create. Wait, hang on. Was that the thing that I needed? No, that's an RD attachment format. Frame buffer format, get texture samples, no. Yeah, because if I don't get that, I can just do a match. is this texture type here. Texture create from extension. No, because that's probably going to do... What is a data format? Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to have a static function get format. So this will be image. No. Format, or like p format. Format. Texture format. Whatever. Thank you, Godot, for not using your damn enum types. So case texture dot. No, what is it? Image dot formats. Okay. We're gonna get a lot of these. Let's just start with like the easy ones, like L8 image dot format R8. Format R8. Ooh. You know what? I have a better idea. Mat RGB 8 return device.data format RGB or R8 G8 B8 U int. Right now, this also needs to be an int. So this is going to be image to data format. Let's say data format from image. And actually, I'm just going to use img image. And then we're just going to have img.get format. And then we're going to have this here be our, let's see, image.format. rf. Device.data format R32 sfloat. I think the only ones that I have are RGF, RF, RGB8, and RGBA8. So R32G32 sfloat. And then, yeah, image, format, RG... Oh, wait, no, we do have RGB32, because that's exactly what, this one is. Okay. EA8. R8, G8, B8, A8. S int. No, I think it's a U int. Image format RGB F data format R32 G32 B32 S float. And then probably otherwise, for everything else, we're just going to do push error unsupported image format for image get a resource path return 0. Okay. So basically here we just do data format from image. There we are. Huh. Integer used as enum. All right, what is the enum then? Rendering device data format. Okay, that's what we need. And we're just going to call this like R8 by default, like, wait, there we go. Okay. So basically now, the sampler 2D should just work. And then if we had, interesting that the holes are all weird. Oh, because we don't save the holes yet. Save, yeah. We don't actually save this. Source.save. Now we're going to do var holes equals image texture create from image create from data. Do I need that? I don't really need that yet. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to redraw this. Save. Oh, wait, no. Save. There we go. And I could feel my hard drive update there. Yeah, because right now we don't need any fancy, like, hole mapping technology. Now the issue is, what is the issue? Why is this not rendering? Huh? Wait, what? Is it because now the image texture just isn't working? Hang on, let's go back to this dot image. Do raw image again. Oh, wait, no, not there. Okay. And if we do the raw image, okay, so the raw image still works. The other image does not. You know, I'm realizing it's almost certainly the normal... I don't get it. I still don't get it. Okay, so this still doesn't work. Let's try this again. Okay. Oh yeah, and that's going to be fun because I don't know... Oh wait, I can just get the keys. So we can just do, if we go to evaluator, rendering device dot data format dot keys FMT format. I should have done something. Did that not? What? Hello? Godot? Does it remember like 2 plus 2 or something? Oh, maybe it's because keys is gonna take forever. Because there's like 1 billion keys, so it has to actually enumerate them and create a list of strings. Because yeah, I can't run anything in the evaluator now. Okay, well. Actually, no. I'm pretty sure that just crashed the... I'm pretty sure that like detached the debugger. Wait, what? But hang on, that's working. Or did that not work? Okay, let's skip this for now. Okay. Dot raw image. Image. So now it seems like it's actually working. If we come back to test, and then if we redraw again. So it doesn't work here, but it does work here. I think. Let's actually just have it like print recomputing. Or let's have it be like exit tree. Let's have it be here. And then we're going to have like if not engine is editor hint, print debug, redrew. Because yeah, I think that's not... I think it only works here. No, wait, no. It takes a while. So yeah, redraw, and then save files. And then that should be... Okay, now those are working. So now if we press F5, it'll be flat until we redraw. I think. No, okay, so that doesn't fix that. So it just wasn't applying the changes there. Okay, well, just have dot raw image, or yeah, go back to here. Just use the raw image, even though this means that I feel like there's gotta... Hang on. Get data form or data format from image. I want to figure out this. Okay, so who is our image? That was the wrong button. I meant to press F10. Okay. So we have RGF there. That makes sense. And we only ran that once, which doesn't make sense. Oh wait, no it does, because we only have one stamp. And then they should, you know, I think they should also do the save here. So yeah, let's try this again. Maybe that'll also, like, make it properly run. Okay. Saving the image actually does that then. Okay, and now if we do raw image, I should figure out why this doesn't work. Because I assume it's because the data format isn't working anymore. Okay, so we had RGB A8, and that should do R8, G8, B8. Is it an S-int? Hang on. OpenGL texture format RGBA with 4 components, each with a bit depth of 8. When creating image texture, an sRGB to linear color space conversion is confirmed, or performed. Or Godot image format to rendering device data format. So 2D layer get, Okay. We can ignore that for now. But basically, usage bits here. Image get data. Is it because it's actually a PNG? And so it's not going to have the correct... No, surely this... No, okay, because that gets the raw data. Okay, okay. I think what it is it's not... Because it's a PNG, it's not going to be in a valid format, I don't think. Or it's not going to be in a way that the GPU can actually read it. And so I should create other things, basically. Or I think basically I do need to have this raw image here. But I would like, actually I know. I think what I can do is I can have this also cache the results of taking an image. I won't bother. I don't care. We're gonna do that. Okay, and then we get that. And then it works. And then it's a-okay. And so we can do like a... We can probably reload this because, yeah. It was saved while running the game. And also, is our settings... Our settings were changed back. Why? That's what I want. So that way I can actually look at the whole scene. But okay, I'm gonna say that's probably good in regards to... Yeah, it's slightly annoying that it turns black or that it flickers and whatever when it's moved, but not terrible. Because yeah, I have a whole bunch of things that I actually want to do. But okay, I'll keep that there. So editing paths, blend modes, additive, min, max. Do I care about these? I don't think I do, because I think it's fine with the blend modes as they are. Or basically I'm fine with like how they're set up. Would it be hard to set up a blend mode? I could basically just add a an integer to the things. Yeah, you know what? That'd be fun. I'll do that. Basically, we're going to have enum, blend mode, mix will be default, and then add, min, max. And then we'll just have export var blend mode equals blend mode add. And that should now provide a lovely little drop box, which is inexplicably null. But what we can do is then we can have these explicitly added together. So we're going to slowly get... Oh yeah, I was going to do the holes first. Yeah, let's do the holes first. That's more important. In fact, that should be marked as, like, holes as, like, Oh, there's food outside. Hang on. Whoops. I have delicious pasta now. But okay, before I get too distracted by those blend modes, I'll put the little ad there, but then actually I want a new thing, because I did the whole refactor there. This needs to be terrain whole. Oh right, we should... Ah well. We will need the image, so we will need a lot of this logic except for min height, max height, no blend mode. And then here we're going to do format R8. And then no range. And this is going to be like this, np terrain whole. In fact, we should probably have... I think maybe we have a raw image in all of these. So yeah, we'll just have np terrain element here. And then we can have like a var function convert or set raw image, and this will be, oh yeah, and then a format, whatever, int raw image duplicate, and then raw image convert format. Convert this image format to the given format. Okay. Okay. And then we can just have that basically here. Let's go back to our renderers. Terrain stamp. There we go. Basically just set raw image that. And honestly, we could just have an image texture here. I'll ignore that for now. And then basically the reason that we have that is because we want this, and this is going to be set raw format R8. Okay. Oh, okay, and the terrain element always has this stuff, so yeah. And actually we should do set notify transform that. Okay. So now we can add a hole. I'll keep it there. And then we're just going to have hole. And right now this will do nothing. Oh, wait. Yeah, we can just have these be image textures. I'm dumb. Well, no, I think it is better to have these here, like this. But maybe having the image texture would work better. I don't know. Because maybe it'd fix, like, my issues with, like, the weird compression. But okay, now what we need to do is we need to actually start getting that other thing there. So if we go back to the height map here, or terrain renderer. Shaders. Okay, yeah, we have all these things. We're gonna do whole shader. And this is now going to be height map shader. Okay. So here we're going to have whole shader, holes, hang on, GLSL, cut holes. Hmm. And I think the main thing that I need as well is when we go to height map, get elements. Ooh. I think what we actually need is multiple sets. So we're gonna do, first of all, the, okay, I know what I need to do. Var, or like, class, whole, or elements. This is gonna be, var stamps, array, np terrain stamp, and then var holes, array, np terrain holes, and then var other, array, np terrain element. Okay. And these should be equal to nothing at first. Okay. Get elements. So this will now be var e equals get elements. For e in, let's say for stamp in elements stamps. Basically what I'm going to do here is we're going to call this render stamp. Okay. Cannot find stamps there. Oh yeah, because this is now needs to be elements. Okay. Var result equals elements new. Add element children result. Okay, and this is going to be results elements node. Okay, if C is np terrain stamp, we're going to do, oh wait, no, hang on. Oh wait, yes. So yeah, if C is terrain stamp, I think I don't, well, I'll keep that for now. Okay, we're gonna do results dot stamps, append that, and I'm gonna ignore this for now because we're gonna do if C is np terrain element, or C is np terrain group, or C is in the group, that we will then add the children there. Elif C is np terrain whole, result holes, append C. Elif C is np terrain element, result others, append C. There we go. Okay, and then we return result. And so now when we get elements, we do that, and then we're going to do for stamp, or for hole in elements holes, renderer, render hole, global transform hole. Okay. So we will then have a function render whole global transform 3D E np terrain whole. And this is going to be np terrain stamp. There we are. So now, we should probably rename this to, oh, whoops, height map mix. Okay. Because we're going to need something slightly different for the other texture? Ooh, we're gonna need basically every single thing needs to be identical except for the shader that we use, I'm pretty sure. Oh wait, and some slight, yeah, there's some very slight differences here. I think I can do that by just, yeah, this should actually be image mix still, and we're gonna have our height map. Now let's say holes equals false. If holes is false, default, mix or blend height maps. Otherwise, blend holes. Okay. This will be quite tricky. So yeah, we have the size here. S equals input bytes dot size, size dot resize 80, m to byte array. Okay, so that's good. This is all correct. Then height range. So this is if not holes. We have the height range there. And then we have all this stuff here. Wait, and actually, this should be, I believe, here then. Okay. Else, input bytes resize 64. Okay. Because we lose... No, we lose 72. Okay. Because basically we get this, and then we get these. And actually that means we don't even need that. We could just do S plus 8 as well, I believe, here. Because we're only encoding 2 floating point numbers. I think. Hang on. Double check this. What is S here? S equals 48. Oh, because... Okay. Because I'm resizing it to be the full size of it. Okay, so it's S plus 8. So let's have, like, var... data... or common data size equals... So 32 bytes? So it's going to be common data size plus 8. Else, put bytes resize S plus common data size. Because I think all of this other stuff here is all encoded somewhere. Yeah, we encode that here. So that means we actually need... let's have just a var s2 o equals image.size minus... No. Input byte size minus common data size. And then what we do is just O plus, like, we have just like O plus 4, O plus 8, and O plus 12. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. So where's the other data going here? But okay. That should do that. And then we should have here var shader equals whole shader if holes else height map shader. And then we're going to have this be shader. Okay. So I think that should work with all of this. Yes, I think this works. So let's double check that we can still move stuff around. Ooh, not quite. Can I convert argument 1 nil from nil to RID, and that is at 245. Add job shader, and that's because we have holes else height map shader. And this should be false by default. Okay. So I think maybe there's just some issue with, like, because I added variables and things. So, like, if we move it now... No, it does not fare well. Oh, okay. Compute requires 80 bytes of push data, supply to 88 bytes. Okay, so I'm off by 1. So that's plus common data size. Oh, wait, because this is supposed to be 24. Okay, and that explains why there was no data here. Okay. I'm still not actually sure how... Wait, my big brain is telling me that this is correct. Okay. Yeah, because I was confused because I forgot that this is going to be adding these 8 variables here. Or like these 8 bytes here. So yeah, now this should be 80 bytes long. Okay, we got 256 by 256 and then all this other stuff here. And then yeah, our job size, this is how big the job is, which actually doesn't seem right at all. Oh wait, because it's really big. Right, okay. So that is our job size. Okay, and then O is that. So we should have all the bytes encoded. And I think because this start corner... Feels like there's a lot of extra zeros here. Hang on, what is O? 56. Okay, that does seem right, though. Yeah, and we have no errors now. Okay, and we see this in here, so that's good. And so we should be able to just redraw, save. Alright, I'm going to eat some pasta now. I've just realized I need to change the, hang on, when we go to reset. Will this reset shader work? Ooh, no, it won't work. Okay, because we need to reset both the height map and the holes. What's the issue here? Image store, no matching function, override, Well, why not? Oh yeah. I'm quite happy with these little mouse pointers. But I don't know how well they show up on whatever screen you're looking at. But yeah, they're handmade. But okay, so I did something with image store on the other one that I've already forgotten about. Image store, output image, coordinates, UVec4. So this is still a UVec4. Uniform restrict right to image 2D. Yeah, am I dumb? Why is this not working? So yeah, image store. Oh, because it's an... Okay, I just realized why. Because this is supposed to be a UVec4. I remembered that it had to be a vector 4 even if it's only one channel, but I forgot that it is still the appropriate data type is needed. Okay. So that does that. And then let's have our other shaders here. Whole reset shader. Okay. And that'll be R8. Whole reset shader. And then when we reset, we're going to actually return several things. So we're going to do var uniform 2 equals image uniform. Wait, what? Ooh, we need to have 3 outputs now. So actually, let's call this output now. Thank you, Godot. Can I change just this name here? No. Well, actually I can. Height map out. And I'm going to name this one as well. I'm going to name this one normal out. There we are. Okay. And then also if holes out free from GPU, holes out equals no. Okay, so let's go back up to here now. Var holes out shareable texture. This will be an image 2D R8 UI. Okay. Okay, so now we just have here new texture, device, data, formats, R8, uint, size. And we'll have a few different things here. Okay, so now we have var uniform 2. Image uniform uniform set. GPU uniform set create oh wait, no, this also needs to be H. And then this will be whole reset shader 0. And then h pipeline equals add job whole reset shader uniform or h uniform set size. Oh wait, no, we don't need semicolons. Okay, and then we'd have like h pipeline h uniform set. Okay, so now when we reset both the main layer and this one. And then we should have, when we image mix here, I think I just need to have render whole jobs append array image mix global transform e true. And I think this will now work. Oh, but now this E here. Okay, hang on. This now needs to be NP terrain element again. Okay, and that means that this is going to be raw image. Interesting. So now the only common behavior, or the common function between them is the raw image, not the exterior, like, or exported variable. But okay, I think that means that now, if we get this hole here, that should have done something, but it didn't. Okay, I see. Data for slice index 0 differs in size than what is required by the format. Okay. And that's probably because we have the wrong image type here. Okay, so unsupported image format 4. Let's double check that I didn't break the terrain stamps first of all. Because this should be basically... You can move this around. Okay. Invalid access to key... Okay, and that's because... Dot output. This is now... height map. Out. And this is going to be... normal. Out. And now... Okay, now that works. And then we should have... undo that. There we go. And then we should be able to redraw. We can't. But then if we redraw again, now that works. Okay. Compute pipeline requires 64 bytes of push data content, but we supplied 72, and that's because, oh, I think I know. I think it's because we use 8-byte floats? Is that what's happening here? Okay, go back to the renderer. Common data size. Is this 16, actually? And then this is 16? That seems very confusing because we're only adding 8 here. Maybe it's just because... Hang on. Let's compare these shaders. So we don't need that one right now. Because I believe these are the two things that are different. And I think it's because this vector 2 is gone. Min and max of the heights. And I would not be surprised if height range had to be padded by 4 bytes. Oh, actually that makes sense. Okay. I get it. This here needs an extra 8 bytes of padding, I believe. Okay. We have something. It's a little weird. But okay, if we redraw this... okay. I don't think that quite did what I wanted it to do. But if we move this hole around... Okay, that doesn't do anything either. Uniforms were never derived for set 0 at time of blah. Form set. Okay, and we know that the empty uniforms are correct. But okay, uniform set create. We have the raw or input buffer image height map out local. Oh, but this needs to be height map out local. Okay, this needs to be var buffer equals holes out dot local. If holes else, and actually we don't even need to have it do this. We can just do buffer dot local. There we are. Okay. Okay, so what's our errors then? Data image, unsupported image format for resource path. Oh, right, because we do image.format R8. Return rendering device data format R8 uint. Okay. This was part of the issue. Okay, so we aren't getting errors anymore, but we are getting things that are wrong. So yeah, I can, first of all, tell that something went wrong with my common data size here. I think this is supposed to be 32. No. So why would this be... Why would this not be correct? Yeah, because we can see here... I think actually drawing the terrain works, but drawing everything else doesn't seem to work. So if I just delete this again, and then we force this to redraw, that's good. But then if we do this, not good. And that's because this compute pipeline requires 64 bytes of push data, but we supplied 8 more. But how? Wait, where's the renderer? Hang on, I need to do git diff height map renderer. Wait, where's our renderer? Terrain renderer. There we are. That's what I needed. I need to reevaluate like what exactly I was doing here in our things with this. Okay. No, not reset. That's fine. Okay. In here, what exactly am I doing differently? So, min height, max height. Actually, first of all, that doesn't make any sense. Because here... Wait. The height range is here after the... Oh, wait. Okay, no. That's correct. Because we have this stuff. And then S is our offset. And so we're adding these two after that. Okay, that does make sense. Okay, and I was correct in the sense that we don't append things yet. Or basically that there's no space between these image sizes. Okay, so common data size plus 8 is correct. So what's incorrect is that I don't know the actual size of these down here. Because, okay, we see... Okay, and they do go up by 4. 8 to 12, 0 to 4. 6 to 20, 8 to 12. So yeah, we just subtract 12 from all of those. That's correct. So the only thing that isn't correct is somehow the whole shader takes 8 fewer bytes, and I don't know where those bytes are. Because the only things that I really see that are different are this size, or this height range is gone. And the image texture, or output image has changed, but like... I mean, what if we just kept the height range in here anyway? Unused. And then we basically just have, like, we just basically have this to be that. Okay, it didn't quite work because this... Okay. H equals vector2.0 if holes else vector2 e dot min height e dot max height, and then we're going to have hx and h dot y. Try it again. Okay. So, no errors printed there, but this still doesn't work because it only requires 64 bytes of data. Is it because it's calculating something? I think it might be like optimizing away certain things. But what would it be? What else would it be? What else would it not need? Hang on. Oh wait, no. Hang on. Keep that as it was, because I just realized I keep forgetting it doesn't reload the shaders when I go back. I need to close this and then do this. And then it'll reload the shader and I can move this around. And okay. Now, we should be looking for a... Oh, right, but we don't actually get the data from this, so we need to then do a sync. When we update materials... Mesh, material, set, shader, parameter, holes. Yeah, holes will be holes, and this is going to be var holes texture 2D, and holes equals texture 2D RD new holes texture RD equals renderer dot holes out dot main. Okay. And then we should be able to synchronize this properly, except for the fact that it didn't quite work because the image format is wrong somehow. Unsupported image format. Hang on. Why does this not work? So imf.imageFormat equals... So is that specifically here? Okay. How do we... Can we compress all of this down into something else? I think I can. Yeah, I think I can do, like, save as. So, like, yeah, I think I can do this. Basically, result, or renderer dot get result to, result height map. And this is going to be, then, function save as buffer. Isn't this a packed? Yeah, packed byte array. Image would be image. We basically do buffer, and then this will be like IT. IT will then be, oh wait, no, this needs to be image texture. Okay, and then image texture equals this load resource path. Oh wait, no, we can just return this actually. Okay, so we're gonna do like result height map equals that. Result normals map equals the same thing with the get normals. And then the result holes. Renderer, oh wait, no. Do that. Dot get holes. Result hole map. And okay, let's make sure the holes actually are still here. Okay, good. That means when we get normals, function get holes, packed byte array, return, get texture, holes, ouch. Okay, and now if we save the files, it might crash, actually, thinking about it. No, it was fine. Okay, so that doesn't have anything in it, that doesn't have anything, but the height map does. Okay. So delete this again. And then redraw. Okay. So yeah, still something wrong with the holes. Okay, presumably it's because the image mix is still wrong. Because, no, yeah, we were still having issues with this stuff not saving. So, like, if not holes still, we're going to do that. And then, yeah, we're going to have this here. Else input bytes resize s plus common data size. Yeah, I need to figure out what of these fucking things. One of these things doesn't do anything anymore. So yeah, remove that. Wait, no, I'm losing the plot. This wasn't the issue, right? Yeah, no, this wasn't... Ah, well, whatever. Put another hole. Or no. Redraw this. Does it not work anymore? Hang on. Attempting to use an uninitialized RID. Huh? Well, now we got some issues. I guess we can just kind of debug and see where the debugger lands on this. Expected image size of this are float without bitmaps to equal something. Oh, right, because we need to use the image format here. So we're going to do just image dot get format. Yeah, because we don't need to have... Yeah, we can just get the same image format. Okay, that was part of the issue there. Admittedly, this is weird as hell. There's some crazy issue with that, but we can just redraw. We can just save files. Why is holes not the holes? Okay, well that was part of it. Okay, so now the issue is... Oh, because now this needs to... Hang on. Change that to something else. Yeah, make this just a new image texture and save it. Oh, wait. Take your time, Godot. Okay, I made a mistake. Saving that normal texture in the scene, probably. Okay, save this as normals res. Okay, so now we should be able to redraw, and then it does that thing. Okay, that was because there's just some funky stuff with that. Basically, when I saved the image in the wrong format, it broke a bunch of stuff. But now we have this back to normal. Take your time, Godot. I don't know why it's taking so long. There's probably something to do with, if we go to test... I see. Okay. That seems to be the issue, because this normal map is still not being saved properly. Okay, the normal map is like the wrong format. So that's going to take a billion years. So this needs to be saved as normals. And then if we save again, it should be faster. And then if we save the files now, that should be fine. And now we can presumably move these again. Okay. And now that works just fine, and we can save the files. But these aren't actually being saved properly, because if we go to height map, or like save as, print saving to image resource path. Hang on. So why are these not loaded properly? Oh wait, no, these are the shader parameters. Okay, we don't need to worry about those. We do need to worry about these, though. Okay. So it seems like here... Okay. Then when we update materials, we need to have this now doing its thing. Because this was the thing that was having issues. So if we redraw now... Okay. So this image format isn't correct. But why isn't it? So data format R8 uint. Pulls out local. Is it because... Hang on. Polls. Is this the wrong format? Hang on. Okay. There does seem to be some weird issue with this image in particular. So maybe it is something to do with Red 8 not being a thing that we actually have access to? No, but that seems... It's... I mean, it's here. And let's go to holes. R... 8... R half... Red, green, 11... Red alpha as red green. Oh, I see. Those are DXT things, so I don't need to worry about those right now. But okay. No, that doesn't do anything. Hang on. Go back to height map holes. Let's have this be actually... Oh wait, no. I didn't want to change the vertex shader. That's why I did it this way. Eventually, I should probably change the vertex shader, but okay. Attempting to use uninitialized RID. Okay, can we test this again? Oh, I see. But we also need to have those, so if we exit tree here, or like clear. No, destroy is what we need. We basically just need to do 3, so like let's just say 4s in shaders. If s GPU 3 RID s. This will be reset shader, whole reset shader, height map shader, holes shader, normals shader. There we are. So that'll fix that. Okay. So redraw. IMF. So image format dot image format is equal to image format max is true. But why? So this hole's texture here is just wrong. Why did it... Wait, hang on. Why did it not update the materials? Because, like, it's supposed to. Did it not recompute yet? No, it saved, it redrew, it did everything except for, update materials then? So is this gonna like run? Hang on, I don't think that's actually in the right place. When we recompute the height map, we do all this stuff, and then when we sync, we should have... Wait, we literally have this here. How the fuck is this not running? Is the debugger just not attached? No, okay. F11. Oh, okay. Because we don't have this. Okay, and then holes should equal result hole map. There we are. Okay, and that... Okay, I keep forgetting that there's like a difference between these. Okay, so we don't need that. Okay, and here, we do actually get the holes. We don't get the normals, though, properly. Wait, we don't even have the holes anymore. Wait, what? Do we even have the... We don't even have the terrain holes anymore. Okay, hang on. Set this to the thing that we need. We're going to test with this texture first. Okay, so here is where the error lies. Unsupported image format. So, like, what is holes out being set to? That it doesn't, like... Does it need to be Essent, maybe? Maybe unorm? No, okay, so that doesn't work either. So when we set holes out, maybe unorm. Okay, unorm works. But would the redraw work? Because... Alright, I'm back. Godot likes to do that when I'm debugging. But okay, let's get Godot back. I still have no idea what on earth that interaction could be. But okay, did I even save? Hopefully I did. No, I obviously did, because I was editing the script, and then I saved, and then I alt-tabbed to a new thing. But okay. So data format unorm here. Does this mean that I should be using a floating point here? So if we did R8, image 2D, and then just did vec2 here, and then when we reset, we're going to do the exact same thing. Oh wait, I should double check that that actually works. Let's just check this, see if that runs properly. Don't need that right now, because now it actually runs, or we can get our textures. Okay. So it gets that far without an error. Yeah, fair enough. But then, if we had a hole, and then we have a hole here, okay, so we're still having the issue of we need 64 bytes of data. Which is simply impossible because, like... Hang on, I'm going to close this. And I'm going to run this. So here, what is our malfunction? Okay, we still have this. Yeah, I genuinely don't understand how I could possibly need 64 bytes because, well, I guess we don't have these here as, Actually, where the hell are these pushed? So where do we encode the integers for that? Okay, we have the image size X and Y, which should be... These are used, right? Yeah. Yeah, because we use both target and source size. And then do we use the corner? We definitely use the corner. So, like... Where would the bytes be going? Because, yeah, we have 12 here. 12 floating point numbers. And then we have 2 more. So that's 16. So that should be 48. No. Yeah, 48. 48 bytes there. And then 16 for 64. What? Wait, but then where the fuck... Hang on. Where's the size of this? Okay. So we got 2. We got 8. Wait, actually, where the hell are those encoded? Yeah, like, how do we encode the matrix first? Set 0, binding equals 0. Oh, because it's a buffer. Where do we bind this, then? I don't know. But okay, so we got the first... however many this is, bytes. 48 bytes. Oh, okay, I see. Okay. I was miscounting. Because this is 48 bytes, because it's 12 floats. But okay, 12 plus 2, so 14. So I'm thinking in terms of like floating point numbers, which are 4 bytes, and I'll just do the math at the end. 16. 18. So 18 times 4 should be 72. So, where is this encoded then? Like, because I'm assuming that's what we need to have encoded there. So here we have this image size X and Y, which I'm guessing is right there. But then... Yeah, because we start with the matrix. So I don't understand how this one could take 80 bytes and this one could take 64 when the only difference is removing 8 bytes. But okay, what I'm going to do is I will get this here, and then I'm just going to encode here. Actually, we don't even need to encode anything there because it's just junk. Okay. So we're going to see if this works. Okay. So that didn't show any errors. And then if we come back to here, will the whole... Okay. So now at least we can see some weird things happening. And then what I can do is I'll save these files. Yeah, so now the big thing is, I don't know if these are supposed to have a hole here. Yeah, because we can see over there something funky is happening. But if we come into here, I don't see the holes changing anything at all. And that's probably now because if we go to holes, we need to go back to terrain hole. This needs to be format R8. F? Oh, wait, no. Maybe it's always needed to be R8 unorm, so let's do R8. So I think here when we do R8, this needs to be unorm, or maybe all of these need to be unorm. Because yeah, if we did like this, okay. Oh wait, but we still have the cache. I'm very confused though. Okay, so now we get the hole here, I'm pretty sure. However, we do have these now not working. So I think this one, I think this is the only one that's unorm. Every other one, I'm pretty sure. So if we redraw now, okay. And then if we go to the hole, and then if we set this back to like, there we go. Okay, so now we're getting a bit more reasonable with it. And there is a minor thing that I'd really like, which is the ability to like have the holes in 3D rather than in 2D like they are. Well, I can live without it though, because basically what I can do is I can just like rotate like this and then, you know, like scale them like this. Yeah, that's fine. Because otherwise it's going to be a lot more work to figure out how to set this up. Because yeah, we can still do this for like just the sake of visual clarity for the editor. Yeah, now we can cut holes in it. They don't apply to the collision yet, but that'll be pretty easy because we basically just manually probably unify the shaders or something. Or basically have a shader that writes a nan value. Oh yeah, we should not select the camera because that kills the frame rate for some reason. But okay, now we have the ability to cut holes. Let's see if we can cut multiple holes, actually. And they blend together properly. Look at that. We now have full-on modern technology here. We can cut caves into our beautiful terrain. It's not quite as freeform as my original design which was literally just meshes, but I mean, what is going to be? This at least lets me just like quickly edit some things, and I can like put these, for example, onto particular stamps. So we can have like, you know, some terrain. Let's move this hole to actually match the terrain. So now we can like trivially have some object here. Have like this, and then we move this whole thing around. And then that's beautiful. We can have mountains with caves in them. Or valleys with caves in them. And we can move the valleys and the caves together. And then really the hard part is now going to be figuring out all of the rest of the workflow of like, how do I edit this stuff on this scene in a way that works? Because admittedly, I need to figure out a better solution for like all of Godot's scene handling. Because right now I'm having issues with like basically I just think that like I need a different way of editing the world where I can like view the entire world. So this is like, you know, our 4,000 by 4,000 meter world. I want to be able to zoom in on a chunk and like, you know, this is like 100 meters wide or whatever. And just like place some objects here and then have characters, or then like have that saved as a separate chunk. So we could add like a mesh instance here. Let's make a cube. Cylinder, let's say. So I'm going to have this be like a little valley, let's say. We're going to add a group. Yeah, this will be like valley. And we're just going to have that, and then our little cube here. And then that means that this whole thing here moves like that. Then where's our little... There we go. So yeah, here is a 2-meter tall cylinder to give context as to like how big the terrain is that we're editing right now. Okay. The next step will be painting, probably. Or we could do the blend modes now. So yeah, I'm going to say, yeah, we can cut holes into stuff. It's still insane to me that R8 is a unorm, but everything else is a uint. I don't get it. How's Krita doing? Not well? Let's just not save anything there. Okay, let's make the blend modes. And I think I could make it faster by having like custom shaders and then it switches to a different shader, but I don't care, actually. What we can do... Wait, how the hell did I fix the... Oh yeah, I fixed the change by having this hit there, because this apparently adds 16 bytes to the size. And I don't know why. And then we also need an int for blend mode, so I'm going to just do uint blend mode there. And then, well, what if I just put it here, and then we just have that there? Because I'm really hoping that I can do that by basically just going into our renderer, common data size. So common data size is now going to be 32, and this is going to be +4. And this is not going to be anything there. And then we're going to have input. So basically like if not holes, input bytes.encode u32 o plus 16. Ooh, this is going to be tricky. Oh, wait, no, it's not going to be. Okay, so let's see if that works. So we should be able to just redraw. Requires 80 bytes, but... Oh, what if it's just padding at the end? And so if I just remove that, redraw it. No, that wasn't it. Because, yeah, now we have a whole host of other issues. And that's specifically from adding this at the end. Wait, now I don't even... Wait. We literally changed nothing. Except for... We added... Oh. Oh, wait. Okay. I think what's happening here is this blend mode is something entirely different. Oh, okay, and I see why these are now like this, because push constant has that. But okay, so basically this here is a nightmare. We're not supplying... Oh, we are, because I'm added common size +4 here. Okay, so if we redraw now... Now it doesn't work. Okay. Hang on. Get status. Literally, what did I do? Oh, now because common data size has that. Wait, but that's... There's literally no change. There's absolutely zero change that meaningfully impacts anything. This should be exactly the same. Hang on. Okay, close that. Open this. Redraw. Save files. Okay. Oh, because common size. Okay. I forgot common data size actually does a specific thing, so we actually need to have this be +12. Because common data size is not just the size of the common data, it's also specifying an offset. So I was offsetting everything by 8 bytes, or 4 bytes or whatever. So I think we actually need this to still be 8. Actually, what if we close this? Just have uvec, or uint blend mode. And then we redraw. And then we save. Also, why does it always start up at 0 now? Like, it should start up like this. Yeah, why does it fuck up the normals? What? Yeah, I can see the normals are correct. I think it's because when we save the files, it's somehow not saving the normals. Normals. Because it should literally save as renderer get normals, result normal map. Is it because the, okay. I think it's because this is not correct. Yeah. Okay, I see. Again, this was not set up properly because this needs to be a resource. Let's say image, normals, res. And actually, let's just have a like format here. So when we do save as, we're just going to have a format int. This will just be there because otherwise we have to like always have it. So we're just going to do format RH. No, I think there should be an RF. Then image dot format RGB. No, RF. I think RFH is fine. Or RGH. Then image dot format R8. Okay. Oh yeah, but then because it manually saved the normals, it's going to take like 15 minutes to actually save the file because it's writing all the normal vectors. Well, it'll work eventually. Okay. So now this should actually work? No. Yeah, because that needs to be normals there. And then we save the files. just do a new image. And it'll take 15 minutes, but then we save the files, and then it should work really quick. Okay, there we go. Now it gets everything that it needs. Phew. Okay. So now we need to figure out whatever the hell else I was doing. The blend modes. Okay, yeah, because we have the blend modes now. I believe that there's padding at the end. So if we do the renderer, we literally just do another if not holes input bytes encode view32 0 plus 16 start corner no if not holes and e is np terrain stamp. You know, I literally could have just done this actually. Oh well. E dot blend mode. Okay. And I think I can actually fix the shader here. Or I think I can fix this. Where we don't need this size in... No, we don't need the height range here. Because I think what's happening is... the common data size... I think it is only 16 here. And then we just do... 0 here. No, we do plus 16 here, plus 0 here. I swear this will work. Except for the fact that this still needs to be 32, because we still need to have the exact same offset. So this just needs to be -8. Okay, so it rendered properly. A-okay. And then if we come back into here, if we just do this again, we should be able to just move our valley around. So like, let's get that up here. Okay, yeah. And you can see that it like redrew, I think. Maybe. Okay. Yeah, so we still have all of our stuff. And we have our hole that is not cutting properly into it because I fucked it up. Because basically I'm gonna die. Because actually this is probably 16. Or no, it's probably 20 actually. And then what we need to have is var buffer equals 0, buffer equals 4, or like padding. Okay, and then what we basically do is when we come down to O here, this is going to be minus that minus padding. So if we close this again, open it up again, run this around, that doesn't work because we were supposed to give 64, but we have 60. So that means I think this here, we had 4. No, we minus 4. We are also getting a bunch of RIDs that don't exist. 80 bytes of constant data supplied 76 because this needs to be 12 now. because it's getting very confusing. I think, okay, so now at least we just fucked up the position or something. I'm not going to bother with this. No, but we need to figure out how this shit works. Okay, remove that for now. No, actually keep that there. Keep everything that we have except for... The only thing we don't need is... I'm going to go back to here. I'm just going to put that back in. I'm going to put this here. We're going to just have this as like... I don't know. Common data size plus 8. All of that's the same. We only need this if we have that. This here... Wait, we do need this buffer though. Already a variable named buffer declared in this scope. I really fucked something up now. Oh yeah, because we don't need that buffer. Let's see if I've unfucked it. No, I haven't unfucked it. Because we come here, 80 bytes. Okay, so we just do common data size again. Or maybe we set that back to 24? Yeah, we set that back to 24. Okay, we can see the hole, we can see this map. It's all good. Nothing wrong here. We can just save the files again. And then we should have... Wait, where's our hole? Why is it not visible? Pipeline requires 64. Oh yeah, because we don't have that. Don't save that. If we come back in now, we should have this. There we go. Okay. That was the issue. Redraw. Save files. Okay, and that actually does have holes. Okay. So I don't understand the padding rules at all, because now we have padding, even though this takes up exactly the same size as it did before. And so what I'm going to do is we can now actually encode with that, or we have that U32 here as already. So what I'm going to do is basically vec for result, and we're going to do if blend mode equals 0, result equals that. So, and actually we do need to have this image load here. So this is going to be like var or vec for input, or like a source data equals that. Actually, let's just say a float. Let's actually call this source height. And then this would be float. Or no. Terrain height. And then we're going to have float stamp height equals that. So we always have these two. And then we're going to mix height, stamp height, color green. Actually, I think we always have this here. This is going to be result here. Float result. So if blend mode is equal to 0, result is equal to stamp height. Else, if blend mode equals 1, now we need to actually have our things here. have? Terrain stamp here. Blend add. So yeah. Mix. Add. Result equals terrain height plus stamp height. And this should actually be now that stamp height plus position.x min if blend mode equals 2 result equals, oh wait, we also need to have basically here set b blend mode equals b draw requested init. Okay. Frame height, or no, min height stamp height plus that. Okay. Max mode equals 4. And actually, we don't really even need these right now. Result equals max of terrain height stamp height plus that. There we go. Okay. So now if we come back into here, if we figure out why this is bad, blend mode undeclared identifier, because this is actually target, no, source blend mode. Okay. And then if we come back to test, what I should be able to do is I should be able to do some funky stuff. Let's add a cone here, or another stamp. And it's going to have that cone. And we're going to delete this part. Is there an error here? It feels like there's an error here. Oh, why is it defaulting to... Wait, what? Why is it defaulting to add? No. I'm stupid. Okay. Yeah, because all of these are set wrong. All 3 of them. But okay. Admittedly, these aren't quite... I mean, add should be making this bigger. Is it because it's not doing the scaling? Oh, it's probably... Okay. I just realized why this isn't quite working the way that I expect it to. Because... Yeah, I think we do just need to have... So, get this... Put it here at stamp height. Admittedly, this means that, well... No, I think this is how I want it to work. It's just that these green stamps don't have any height to them. We would need something else. Like, I don't know, one of these little test things. Like, let's do... So, yeah. Let's make this one into something else, like this bowl here. So what this should do... Okay. We can see it there. Okay. Now we can see what it's doing. And so we can test what these different modes do. So here's what mix looks like here. You can see it's actually like mixing the 2 heights together. We can add them together. So that means this is strictly making it bigger. We can minimize them. Pretty good. We can maximize. Okay. This gives me a lot more stuff to do with this. This is actually, yeah, I think this is quite good now. Like, I didn't really think about, like, having a flat surface that's in a hill, how easy that can be now that I have this. Because we could then have, I don't know, this little gradient. What does this do? I like the bowl. I think this is our better one. Yeah, I'm going to make this 0. And then let's make this, well, let's keep that as it is. It is weird how, like, far below us it is. Oh, wait, but yeah, that's just because this height here... Well, I don't get it, actually. I have no idea why that height is so strange. Yeah, set that back to 1. Okay, that explains that. Okay, so yeah, these blend modes are very robust now. What's this little hole? Wait, where is this hole? Who is this? Put that on the mountain, I guess. There we go. Okay. So now we have a beautiful mountain. This does mean that some of the stamps don't quite do what you might expect in additive blend. Like these ones. These green ones don't have any actual, like, blending properties. Or don't have any, like, height. Okay, and then the really tough thing. So I think I can get kind of by with just these stamps if I also have paths. I want full 2D paths that can make roads in the terrain. And I'm not sure exactly how I want to do that, because I think what I need to do is I need to tessellate the object and then render, like, a texture. So, like, I need to, like, full-on render a mesh. It might actually be a thing where I would have been better off if I had, like, made some sort of render, or, like, used a normal rendering pipeline rather than the compute shaders. Because, yeah, I think my next step is I want to draw a Bezier curve. So we'd have, like, path 3D. And then we'd call this, like, a terrain curve. And this would actually not even have the same logic, so it was kind of pointless to have the, whatever I did. What did I... Oh, yeah. To make a common class, because, yeah, it doesn't matter. Because this isn't going to have the image behavior. Basically, what I want is, yeah, to be able to draw roads as Bezier curves and have completely non-destructive power to, like, deform the terrain. And so we could have the terrain, like, rise up to meet this, and we could customize the width and maybe customize the tilt at any given point. That's going to be quite difficult to figure out how to do. It might even be better to just manually... Oh, what I could do is I could have the terrain curve be a group, and then the group just makes terrain pieces, basically. Like, it just gets images, and then it draws them on here, like dozens of them. That could be good. And then really the question is, how many terrain chunks can I have editing the world at the same time before the game, like, starts crumpling and dying from, like, the complexity of it? Yeah, how do we do this? I think maybe I do just make a, like, green cylinder shape. Yeah, let's go to Krita. Let's make an EXR. And I think I'm going to have 2 of them. I'm going to have, basically, we're going to trace over this path, and for every straight segment, we're going to add a rectangle that's, like, scaled. And then for every, like, corner point, we're going to add a circle. So we're going to do, yeah, I think we can do 64 by 64. Let's do a little bit. How do I want to do this? We should probably have like 1 pixel of leeway or so. Hang on. There we go. No, that wasn't quite right. Nah, whatever. This will be basically good enough. Yeah, good enough. How do we make it perfect? I guess we don't really need it to be perfect, but... Okay, that's good enough. And then we need another one. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, we're an int. Well, it doesn't matter that much. Does it? No, it kind of does. Ooh. Yeah, I need to go back to float. Okay. That's our little circle path. So we're going to call this like end point. And I'm going to have this also inside of here as sample maps like road segments. And then let's do like a linear. Actually, this one it's better off to do it like this. Okay, there we are. And then we could do a little bit of like soft brushes, but actually I don't care that much. There we are. So this is like the mid or like segment. So yeah. Road end dot png, no, EXR. So we are in floating point, right? Yeah, okay. Road segment. There we are. Okay. It will be quite difficult to make these really compatible. But okay, I think what I can do is remove these. Actually, when we remove... Okay, we can just remove elements there. But okay, I need to use the bathroom again. I'll be back in a second. Okay, I'm back. Admittedly, I might actually head out soon because I didn't realize how late it was. Because yeah, I think I had been streaming for like 4 hours before the stream crashed. But okay. I think I will call it good. Because the next step is going to be quite complicated of figuring out how to deal with these paths. I think it will be decent enough to have little path segments that are like, basically draw a rectangle at these straight edges, draw a circle at the like curved points, and then just sort of string those together and tweak it. That won't give us everything that I want, because I would like some like leveling, but I might just do that. I might just have more advanced editing features, like, you know, layers that I can add on top of, or basically, you know, the painting feature would be a really big one that I'd want. And I'm still not entirely sure how to do that because I don't know how to get the collision of the ground currently. Or basically like, yeah, I'd have to be able to figure out how to sample the terrain at a particular point. Or just do it purely vertically and then just deal with the fact that it'd feel bad. You know, basically like vaguely put the mouse in the correct position by trying to guess where they're trying to draw terrain rather than just letting them paint on top of the terrain visually. But oh well. I am glad that the terrain now looks pretty smooth. That bicubic filtering did a lot, and then having the 32-bit textures did a lot as well. But okay, I think that's going to be it for now. I'm quite happy with how this is looking. And I hope to actually use this in the game sometime soon. So, see you later.